Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. We are ready to begin with our C5 agenda item, and here to kick that off for us is Sarah Cleaver. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff and the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator. This morning, I'll just introduce our presenters and describe what's included on your e-agenda, point to the things that are most important for you today. Under this item, you'll be receiving a presentation on the Gulf of Alaska Ecosystem Status Report from Dr. Bridget Ferris. She'll be presenting remotely. The full ecosystem status report and the link to the PowerPoint are posted to your e-agenda, as is the ESR in brief that I believe you have printed copies of as well. We will follow the ecosystem status report with a presentation from Dr. Jim Iannelli, which includes the overview of this year's Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Safe Report, as well as the report and recommendations coming out of our recent plan team meeting in November. The link to the SAFE documents and the introduction to the SAFE, which reflects plan team recommendations, as well as the plan team report from our November meeting, are included on the e-agenda. And the plan team's recommendations for final harvest specifications for 2023 and 2024 are included in table 1, which is on the e-agenda is titled C5 GOA Groundfish Plan Team Recommended OFL ABC 23-24. The SSC and AP recommendations will be provided to the council during the meeting. And today, the action in front of you is to recommend our Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for the next 2 years. And as is typical, the SSC makes their recommendations for OFLs and ABCs, and the council recommends total allowable catch for all species. The TACs that are recommended by the council must take into account the state waters, Pacific cod, and pollock fisheries. And in addition to recommending the TACs for the next 2 years, the council also recommends halibut PSC limits and apportionments. The PSC limits for halibut are specified annually by fishery, gear type, and season. And lastly, the council also recommends halibut discard mortality rates. And I will provide a few slides at the end of the plan team presentation to walk you through the tables and go over that in more detail, so you have all of that information in front of you. So with that, I will hand it off to Dr. Ferris.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver, and good morning, Dr. Ferris.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Good morning to the chair and to members of the council. I appreciate you all making the effort to get there through the snow today. And I'll be presenting the ecosystem status report for the Gulf of Alaska. It's great. The slide's been up, I think, for a little bit, and so you can see all those contributors. And again, thanks to all of them for, especially in these even years when NOAA has their biennial surveys and it's an off year for some of the larger surveys in the Gulf. And so we really do rely on this extended community for research and observations in these years. And so I'll start off with my 4 kind of key messages, and this is also the outline of the talk, and I'll come back to these at the end. So overall, it was a 3rd consecutive non-marine heat wave year, and what I mean by that is 2019 was the last year that was really defined by heat wave conditions. We did have, however, some warmth in the summer and fall that I'll talk a little more about. Overall, it was a generally productive year in the Gulf, especially where we have data for the pelagic prey-based zooplankton forage fish. It seemed quite a productive year. We are still seeing some various trends that initiated in the warmer 2014 to 2019 multiple heat wave period there. And I'll highlight some examples, including some of the longer-lived marine mammals, stellar sea lions, and humpback whales. And then finally, I'll wrap up with a couple of multi-year trends we've been seeing with some concerns along the shelf edge upper slope, and also looking forward into the coming year. And so as you know, all the information that we collect in the ESRs and where we have them, the ESPs, are used to inform the environmental and ecosystem considerations part of the risk tables for each full stock assessment. And so these are the lists of the full stock assessments in the Gulf this year. And they were all ranked as level 1, meaning that, again, there were no apparent environmental and ecosystem concerns in the Gulf. Another way to say, again, it seemed like the Gulf had a pretty good year. I did put in some asterisks with a couple of these just to highlight that a level 1 doesn't always mean the same thing for each of these stocks due to different amounts of information we have. And so there's higher uncertainty for those ones with the asterisks. We don't have perhaps as much relevant ecosystem information or information on their food habits, or perhaps fewer known mechanistic relationships connecting changes in the ecosystem to these populations. So where we do have information, there was no apparent environmental concern, but we do have less for some of these stocks. Next slide, please. So I'll start off with the temperature story. There was a little one this year, and I'm actually starting long-term. This is a new data set we have this year that's long-term sea surface temperature from 1900 through to 2022, and it's divided into winter months in the top and summer months in the bottom. And this is averaged across the whole Gulf shelf, but only the surface waters. So very broad brush trends. But the point here is to show that the Gulf of Alaska shelf has been warming at the surface over this longer period of time. And that's largely been driven by temperatures in the summer months. You can see the bottom plot, that meandering but increasing trend in temperatures versus the winter, which is the top plot, which is more of a flat trend. And I've circled 2022 to show that the summer of 2022 was the 12th warmest in the time series. The red points are the 10 warmest years, and the blue points are the 10 coldest years in these plots. And so again, just to highlight that most of our time series are a lot shorter than these, but in the broad, in this longer term, more climate context, we are dealing with a warmer Gulf overall. And so continuing with this temperature story, but now in a much shorter timeline again, those top plots are again sea surface temperature. These are satellite data just for this past year. So starting December 2021 through to November of 2022. And the black line is 2022, and the smoother purple line is the long-term average. The bottom plots are temperature at depth, around 200, 250 meters. There's a lot of different time series there, both for Western and Eastern Gulf. Those are all various surveys that collected temperature this year. None of them cross the whole Gulf, so I put a few on each plot to get some general trends. And so moving back to the top plot for the start of the winter, or for the start of the year, for sea surface temperature, we actually started off cooler in the winter and spring, cooler than average. You can see the black lines below that long-term purple line. And so I think that set us up again for a productive year and for good conditions for those late winter, early spring spawners and spring larval conditions, for example, cod, pollock, northern rock sole. But then in the summer and fall, we moved into warmer than average temperatures in both the Western and Eastern Gulf. And you can see in the Eastern Gulf, those yellow and orange flames, that shows where we exceeded the statistical definition for marine heat wave thresholds. And so we had a brief marine heat wave in June, July, and then again, a longer one this fall in October. And so in general, those warmer summer and fall temperatures, how that would potentially impact groundfish is one way is through the potential winter survival of those age 0. So that first winter of those age 0 groundfish, they might not have been able to store as much lipids, which happens when we have these warmer temperatures in the fall, and that could impact their survival. I can't say that for certain this was warm enough and long enough for that, but something to observe or monitor for next year. And at depth, I'll just go back to that back slide. Those bottom plots at depth just show that for 2022, regardless of which survey we're looking at, that 2022 data point was above the solid line, which was a survey specific average. So there was warmer than average temperatures at depth this year in the Western and Eastern Gulf. Not extremely warm, and for the species we know of their temperature thresholds, it didn't exceed those thresholds, but still, just to note, there was some warmth at depth. Next slide. So now I'll move to both zooplankton, and then my following one is forage fish summary slides for the prey base. And so this summarizes various data sets we have for both copepod, euphausid, zooplankton, and it shows surveys are in rectangles and the circles are seabird colonies that are monitored each year for reproductive success. And so these are only the plankton eating seabirds, showing that, that there's a trend from the west to the eastern Gulf. You can see the red is below average and there's a minus sign there, moving to average in the central, and then above average with a plus sign and green in the eastern Gulf. And this interestingly matches across the surveys and as well as the reproductive success indicators, which doesn't always happen, but reinforces the trend when it does all line up like this. And so we can see that we only have kind of one spatial data point there west of Kodiak, but there was perhaps below average zooplankton availability there. And interestingly, last year in 2021, we saw this similar pattern with the addition of another survey. The biennial ecofoci survey in Shelikof Strait also showed below average zooplankton last year in that region. And so I think 2 years of a similar spatial pattern we're seeing here. But at least in the northern and eastern Gulf, there was average to above average zooplankton, western Gulf, less data, but that might have been below average. And I just show in that gray box the stocks of which have a fair amount of zooplankton in their diet. Next slide, please. So a similar summary slide for forage fish this time. We have more data and it's a little busier, but overall, I would summarize this as above average forage fish conditions in the Gulf this year. Again, the surveys are the rectangles and the seabird, this time fish eating seabird reproductive success as an indicator of forage fish availability is the circles. And it seems like there was all the seabirds this year in the Gulf, regardless of their location, had above average reproductive success, some highly above average. And so they were finding enough to eat to fledge their chicks. We do have some exceptions here. You can see a couple of red and orange. I'll highlight that a new indicator, Eulicon surveys in Eastern Gulf, they're monitoring returning spotting Eulicon in 6 rivers, and that was the lowest in their 12-year time series. But there were, it seems, there's herring, those are still elevated populations, primarily driven by their large 2016 year class, but also it seems there might be some younger year classes coming along. Also sand lance, age 0 sablefish, juvenile sablefish, and still capelin is not showing up in large amounts. But again, overall, it seems there was enough to eat for those that eat forage fish. And again, I've listed some of the ground fish of which these forage fish would be in their diet in that gray box. Next slide, please. So now I'll move to some population trends we're seeing, and I'll highlight a couple that seem to still be influenced by the warmer heat wave years. And I'll highlight a couple of marine mammals here first. We had the Gulf Marine Stellar Sea Lion survey last year, 2021, but we didn't have the data in time, so I'm showing that this year as our latest updated data. And this is for the Western and Eastern Gulf, and the top are more the adults or the non-pups, and the bottom 2 are the pups. And in general, looking at these 4 plots, the take-home message is the trend that was increasing over time has either started to decline or plateau, depending which one you're looking at. So we're not seeing that continued increase in any of those estimates in these 4 plots. And so one theory here is that they're being impacted by prey availability or more challenging prey availability from the heat wave years. Cod and pollock are some of their key prey. And so there's definitely, they might be having to search in different places or change their diet to find more prey. Also, Eastern Gulf, there might be some adult movement out of the area that could explain some of the adult trend, but it doesn't explain the whole trend. And finally, I'll note that bottom bullet, Skipper, we have a new and just early days collaboration with Skipper Science Program, which are industry observations that we are working to collaborate to incorporate a new source of information from on the water fishers into the ESRs. And so we did get some observations from the Western and Southeast Alaska, Western Gulf and Southeast Alaska, showing increasing numbers of stellar sea lions around the boats, and also more fish and more salmon with seal and sea lion bites out of them. And so I would interpret that to perhaps support the idea that these sea lions are looking in different places and perhaps for different types of prey, and that they might be struggling in their prey availability. Next slide, please. Humpback whales, again, these kind of longer-lived marine mammals that still might be having some lagged impacts from the warm years. This year in 2022, there were fewer calves observed in Glacier Bay and Icy Strait. And if you just look at that bottom plot, both the red line and the blue lines, which reference number of calves observed or estimated to be born in each year, you can see a real dip, 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, where there was a lot of calf mortality in those heat wave years. And then there was some recovery in 20 and 21, not all the way to pre-2014 levels, but that's now declined again in 2022, and that was unexpected. Some reasons though here potentially are that we're missing a cohort of reproductive females from all that mortality in the heat wave years that would perhaps be starting to have calves now, but they're just not in the population. Or perhaps this is still reflecting some patchy and not ideal foraging conditions in 2020 and 2021 that would support pregnant females that would be calving this year. So not certain the cause of this, but still a concern, and there are some potential reasons that could tie this back to the heat wave years. And I'll just add that I'm not showing you the data, but Prince William Sound humpback whale sightings, we do have those data as well, and they also have not returned to pre-2014 levels. And then I'll just highlight two other examples of some population trends that are either recovering or increasing from those heat wave years. And I'll kind of come back to this theme to tie up why I'm talking about these different species at the end here. But sea stars in the top have, their populations were hit by sea star wasting disease, which was exacerbated by the warm waters in the heat wave years. And these are 4 bays that are monitored in Northern Gulf. And this is the first year that 3 of the 4 bays, which are, each bay is a different colored bar. So 3 of the 4 bays had positive density anomalies this year, and that's the first time since 2014. And also, we did also see increased sea star CPUE in the large mesh trawl off Kodiak ADF&G survey. And so I'm highlighting sea stars. They're a kind of a key indicator for the nearshore intertidal ecosystem. And that is the area where a lot of juvenile groundfish are found, and that's habitat for them. And so this really highlights, it actually made me realize and think a little more about how even that nearshore environment has been under some stress since 2014. And this is the first year where we might be starting to see it get to somewhat more or a reduced stress level. And so that's where these intertidal indicators are useful. Also, tenor crab, again from the ADF&G survey off Kodiak, you can see the Barnabas Gully, the darker blue bars have been increasing over a number of years now and continue to increase, again, since those warmer heat wave years. And so they're a population that seems to have benefited perhaps from the release of predation, crab or cod, arrowtooth flounder. There's fewer of them in the system, halibut. And so they had a strong year class, and that seems to have survived, and they're definitely increasing in that region. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'll just focus on some habitat concerns I have. And again, going back to initially with the slide where I was talking about the risk tables and how we have less information in certain areas for certain stocks. That kind of shelf edge upper slope area is one where we don't have a lot of ecosystem information that's updated regularly. So I wanted to highlight when we do have some information that's pointing in a certain direction, and that's what this slide is. We have, in the gray box again, those are the stocks where the adults are found in this region. So quite a few rockfish, deep water flatfish. And we have information on sponges and structural epifauna, which is rockfish, important for rockfish habitat, that have been declining over the past multiple years. That's those top two plots. I actually showed you these last year, but we had some updated data points bringing us up to 2021 that still show the continued trend. So I brought it back up. Also, again, that's the temperature at depth on the bottom there. And I just wanted to highlight the green, which is the bottom time series in both the Western and Eastern Gulf, the lowest most time series there. And those are the temperatures measured by NOAA's long line survey, which goes along the shelf edge. And this is at a depth of around 250 meters. And again, you can see in 2022, that was above the survey specific average, but also it's been above that solid average line since 2017, 2018. So again, there's been a kind of a cumulative potential stress in that region, both from the structural epifauna habitat and also temperature. We can't really draw a direct line to the impact of that for these populations. And actually it's adults in these area or perhaps juveniles that can move, they can change depth if there are adverse conditions. Some of them move on to the shelf to spawn. So larvae might not be exposed to these, for example. So they are somewhat resilient to some of these potential stressors like temperature. But again, where we do have information, I'm highlighting some potential concerns. And then looking forward, where we're headed, it is predicted to be a third La Nina winter this coming winter. We are also and have been in a negative PDO trend, and both of those often coincide with cooler surface temperatures in the Gulf. And that is what's predicted for next winter, early spring, cooler than average surface temperatures, which is continuing this somewhat 3-year trend of oceanographic drivers we've had in the Gulf, a kind of a continuous cooling force that actually started off still with warmer waters because we were coming off the heat wave years, but it's been slowly bringing down the water column temperatures. And we are seem to be transitioning from this heat wave community to a newer, potentially cooler defined community, some higher productivity at lower trophic levels, for example. But also just a community that we're now starting to see some multi-year trends to get a sense of which of these species are kind of increasing, which are decreasing, or how the community is really shaping up. And so I highlighted in those slides some that are like the sea stars and the tanner crab and the marine mammals. Some are going in different directions. For groundfish, the Gulf is still dominated biomass-wise by some of these key species, sablefish, POP, arrowtooth, Pacific cod, but the ratio of those populations is changing. Sablefish and POP have been are increasing or have been for a while. Arrowtooth and Pacific cod have declined. So again, we are seeing a continued multi-year trends of some of these stocks to get a sense of what community we're moving into. And I think another year of this, assuming there's no major heat wave, another year of these continued ocean conditions will help to really get a sense of where these stocks are headed.
Dr. Ferris, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Dr. Ferris. On that last bullet there, maybe it's just the way it's sort of displayed, but it almost, and I was listening carefully to you describe it, but the impression, I understand that the populations are on different trajectories, but that's not necessarily connected with the transition from the marine heat wave community to the cooler community, is it? Because I mean, we've seen clearly that Pacific cod don't flourish in a marine heat wave community, and so I guess I'm still struggling to link up the transition from the two stanzas to the situation that we're seeing with those 4 groundfish species.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. And yeah, I put a lot of information into very few words in that bullet, and so I can understand why it's not clear. And to be honest, none of us have the full answer. But to expand on that bullet, there's a few things. One is transitioning from marine heat wave to perhaps a new community. That would apply in this bullet to sablefish and cod. And what I say there is those were the 2 of these 4 species that really changed the trajectory in that marine heat wave period. Sablefish really started to increase, cod really declined. The other 2, POP and arrowtooth, actually their population trajectories had already started before the heat wave. POP for quite a while, and arrowtooth kind of started to decline, I want to say around 2008 or so. So that's not due to the heat wave, but that's just where we find their population statuses right now, with these sablefish and POP elevated relative to the kind of their short-term past, and arrowtooth and cod more decline. That doesn't say they'll necessarily continue that in the future. I can't say that, but that's where we are at the present and have been for the past couple of years. And so I guess some of that, my point here is that some of these trajectories are connected to the heat wave community, others are heat wave transition, others are not, but either way, this is where those kind of biomass ratios are at present due to heat wave plus other previous drivers.
That helps a lot.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Transitioning from Mr. Twight's question, we've seen a couple years of these kinds of bullets starting to move out of the marine heat wave that was so prominent in the Gulf. And maybe it's a question for the stock assessment author, but how many years for peacock in particular do we need to see a cooler scenario in order to see a response in the stock?
Through the chair, thank you. That's a great question, and one I've been asking myself. It's this general marine heat wave question. I almost didn't have a slide talking about that this year because I feel like I keep having a slide talking about it and I want to move on. But the data keep showing these patterns that I've been talking about, that it is still in different ways trickling through the system. And in ways I don't always think about, like that nearshore environment with the Sea Star example. So for cod, when we expect them to not be continued to be impacted by the heat wave years, I was talking with the stock assessment author a little bit about that, and he might have more insights, but we don't right now have a clear example, one clear answer why they're still not increasing. But it still just might be a little bit a matter of time. Some hope to see what comes up in our surveys next year, or even in the following 2 years, that it just might take some momentum to start coming back. We are having some, again, that kind of more continued stable productivity, which hasn't been stable across the Gulf in the past few years. We've had patches of higher productivity. I'd say this is the first year where, again, those 2 prey-based slides I showed, except for the zooplankton in the Western Gulf, we're really showing more of a consistent spatially higher or average productivity, average still being, I think, enough. And so perhaps we're just still getting there, and another couple of years will show us that. There's no one specific driver that I can point to that's keeping them down. But also we do know that through the tagging work that cod have been moving north to the Bering Sea, or some of the tagged ones have. And so whether this is a productivity of cod, or perhaps some of them have moved and might come back, that's a whole nother part of this question that we're still exploring as well.
Thank you very much.
I don't see any additional questions. Please continue, Dr. Ferris.
Thank you. And so this is my last slide. And again, those same four take-home messages with some implications in the gray. And so again, just to briefly summarize, it was a generally productive year for the Gulf. We did have some warmth in the spring and fall that we might see implications for in those age 0 cohort survival for this winter. Again, a productive pelagic prey base. We don't have much data for adult demersal, benthic, rotfish, and flatfish, some of that benthic in fauna diet information for some of these other stocks. So again, that's why I'm saying a productive pelagic prey base like the zooplankton and forage fish. Again, we are still seeing various population trends that seem to have been stimulated by that heat wave period, including some impacts on stellar sea lions and humpback whales. And then again, multi-year trends, some concerns for that shelf edge upper slope. And next year, if the predictions hold true, another year of continued ocean conditions that are somewhat cooling, we might see a continuation of the trends that we saw this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. Let's see if there's any final questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder if you could, we see a lot of these presentations that reference trends. Can you remind me what we technically call a trend, how many years that needs to be, and what's our actual definition or criteria for a marine heat wave?
Through the chair, thank you. To my knowledge, there is no one definition of a trend, of how many years makes a trend. I think that it depends on the subject of the trend, how quickly it might be responsive to change, for example, how long-lived it is, how many years you need to really observe a trend. And so, so that varies, which might not be a satisfactory answer. But for example, the sponge data that I showed you, that to me felt like a trend worth pointing out. Those surveys are at least one of those plots are surveys from every other year. And I think there were at least 4 data points showing a decline. So that's over 8 years. So that to me felt like a trend to point out, long enough to show an indicated change. For the marine heat wave, the definition for, that statistical definition for a marine heat wave is for any given day, there's an average temperature. And if the temperature is above that average for above the 90th percentile of the temperatures in that day for 5 consecutive days, then it is considered above the marine heat wave threshold.
Thank you.
5 consecutive days above the 90th percentile of temperature for that day.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. Mr. Williams has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. As I look at your presentation as a whole, I'm trying to figure out how I would characterize kind of the condition or the shape that we're in. And would it be fair for me to say that in general, with a few exceptions, we are moving back towards average in many of these factors that you are measuring? And there's obviously some that's not true, but at least it's if average is better, is it fair for me to characterize this when I was talking to somebody about what seems like the conditions are headed back towards an average condition? Not all of them, but some of them. Is that fair?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I use average a lot in my presentation, and it's one that we are trying to actually be more clear about. And the average in my presentations refers to the average of the time series that we have, which does vary for all these different whatever we're reporting on, temperature, zooplankton, marine mammals. And so saying returning to average, the context, I guess, if you're having that conversation with someone, would be perhaps returning to average within the past of what we've seen in the past, say 20, 25, 30 years, depending on the time series we're talking. That's about the general length of most of these time series I have. As we all know, the Gulf has gone through many fluctuations on the longer time scale than that. And so that would be my caveat, that we are returning within these time series for some of them to either average, some of them above average, for example, when I was talking about forage fish. But again, the very real context is that the Gulf does have different averages depending on kind of different phases that it's in. And so that's something we are trying to explore a little more, how to really define, are there more than one average for the Gulf? And really, when are we talking about which one? And right now, I'm just saying average for the whole time series because we can't really define that. But we are seeing more and more research showing that marine heat wave period, if we had that longer, there would be kind of a warmer stanza, and there could be an average within that warmer stanza that we should be paying attention to, and not relating the whole where we are now to where we were then. A long-winded way of saying the Gulf is looking productive. So from the time series, we know we are average or perhaps above average for a lot, except for perhaps some of these longer lived species that are still were negatively impacted. But that average is a loaded term.
Thank you for the context.
Any further questions for Dr. Ferris? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again, Dr. Ferris. I was just looking again at the first slide in your presentation, and all the partners and all the people who contributed to this report. And it really is a wonderful collaboration and synthesis of a ton of information into this report. So can't thank you enough for all your efforts here and for presenting it to us this morning. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, is Dr. Iannelli with us?
Good morning, Chair, members of the council. I'm here. How's the sound check?
Sound is good. Good morning.
Morning, and I just need to get permission to share. Here we go. You seeing my screen okay?
Yes, we are.
Great. Yeah, so today, just going to cover the stock assessment and fishery evaluation report compiled by the groundfish plan team. Members listed here, we had 3 new members that I think they may have participated in the September meeting, but this was their first December experience, and it's Cecilia O'Leary, Ben Williams, and Kristen Blackheart. And this was the last meeting for Cressimer Williams. So we'll be seeking a replacement for him, hopefully in the coming year. Yeah, we met over November 14th to the 18th, compiled the intro section of the report, in addition to our minutes, which are available as noted by Ms. Cleaver. So this was an off year, we call it, for the Gulf because we didn't have the bottom trawl survey. But nonetheless, we still had 10 full assessments, 7 partials. And these are the management regions that are being used. This is the schedule for all of the assessments, noting which ones were partial, their tier level, and when the next full assessment will be due after this one. So this is our schedule, and here's the same information, but just aggregated by the full species and the partials. And then for none, those were using the 2-year projections. So the ABCs are unchanged for those. As with the Bering Sea, we have an economics report showing an uptick from 2020 to 2021. This was included in our introductory section, and we saw a presentation from the economics group at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. But the actual chapter, which is normally included in our assessment, will be reviewed at your April meeting coming up next year. Just in terms of change in revenue, this was kind of the good news. The previous year, almost everything was down, but this is the change in revenue from 2020 to 21. And it just shows the trade-off between price, which may go up in some cases. The quantity actually went down between 2020 and 21. And the net effect for, say, pollock was neutral. And basically, in terms of revenue, those are the factors. Compare that to sablefish, where you had big increase in quantity, a bit of an increase in price, and that had a net effect that was synergistic and higher. We'll be talking a lot about the change from 2022, this year's ABC, to next year's. And this is just a summary for the roundfish. Overall, a 13% increase. Sharks have the biggest increase, but not so big tonnage wise in the next slide. And then overall, a 6% increase in percentage terms, but a 30,000 ton increase, 30,700 ton increase in ABC. And most of that's coming from the roundfish, which includes sablefish and peacock and pollock. Another depiction of the change in ABC by percentage. Pacific cod had the biggest decrease, and sablefish had the biggest increase on the right-hand side. And then the other stocks are in between, with several in the middle with no change. And this is another way of looking at those values. The 2023 up overall with pollock, and flatfish just a little bit change, and sablefish also shown here. These are Gulf of Alaska numbers. And then just the pie diagram of the percentage of ABCs by main species. Relative to status determination, which is depicted on the horizontal axis here, and the fishing intensity on the vertical axis. This is where the different stocks are, as from last year's analysis. And then from our SAFE report this year, we can see that Pacific cod has stayed about where it is, and the other stocks are all well to the right of BMSY. So things are looking good in that sense, but nothing overfished nor overfishing. So just listing the stocks for which there was a partial assessment, and noting to the council that this year we're trying to streamline the stocks that will get less attention because they're partials. Basically, these are things where we monitor the catch, evaluate the trend in the stock, and if there's any significant change relative to kind of status quo, then we try to highlight that. But for partials, generally speaking, so far there hasn't been anything outstanding with partial assessments and how they are treated. So we're trying to streamline how we deal with partial assessments at the plan team, so that we can focus more attention on the stocks for which there's full assessments and potentially more sensitivities needed in the context of setting up good conservation practices. So now we're moving into the individual stocks that I'll go through, and this is just highlighting what I mean to cover, how our recommendations changed, what new data and analytical approaches were used, and the overall stock status and trend. there were no plan team recommendations for this year to recommend below maximum permissible. So unlike the Bering Sea, I'm not going to speak about the risk table for every stock since none of them had any effect on our recommendations going forward. So this is a slide I'll use for the transition between stocks. And this is just noting what the catch was through to date in 2022. Compared that to the ABC and what our recommended changes in 2022 to 2023, the ABC levels. So for pollock, it's an increase of almost 16,000 tons or 11% from 2022. And this is a summary slide provided by the author discussing what the main model changes were. I won't go into the technical aspects unless there's a question, but they do note that the kind of see a normal age diversity with the decline of this large 2012 year class. And then we see some new positive year classes coming into the stock, including 2018 and an overall 12% increase in the ABC. And the authors provide a slide showing highlights of what data are used in the assessment. And that's what this figure is meant to depict. And he circled the new information this year for last year's summer acoustic trawl. We've got new age comp data. And for the bottom trawl, also new age comp data that was completed last year. So these are the new pieces of data that went into this year's assessment, including ADF&G's index data for 2022. So that's important new information in the assessment. And this is just a time series of the history of the catch, with the biggest almost 300,000 tons taken in the mid 1980s, but pretty much average around 100,000 since then. In September, the plan team reviewed the Shelikof Strait survey, which is conducted in February. And this figure on the left is, or February and March, I should say, figure on the left is showing the time frame of when the Shelikof survey occurred, 2021, 22 showing up at the top here. And this is the relative density of the transects. And we noted in September and presented to the October meeting that unlike in past years, the distribution of fish were much more concentrated, and that's something that we'll be keeping track of in the coming years. So this assessment uses 4 main indices, and I've shown the most recent segments of those here. The Shelikof survey, after a period of over 1 million tons seen in the survey, it's come down to be stabilized around 500,000 tons in that survey. See some kind of poor residual pattern in the bottom trawl survey on the right here, top right, and then the time series of ADF&G, and then the newly developed, well, I guess 2013 is not recent, but it's recent to me, developed summer acoustic survey that's taken place. So the author came up with a number of new things, but one of the aspects that he's tried to standardize or make a little more transparent is how the apportionments are done. And that's depicted here, assuming the full TAC would be equal to the ABC. This would be the seasonal and area specific breakout that's implemented for stellar sea lion reasons, and that's updated in the assessment. And then the overview of the stock is shown here, and this is kind of our standard figure between stocks, and that's all I have for Gulf pollock. We'll move on to
Dr. Iannelli. Before you move on, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. I just have that quick question. If you could remind me on the acoustic survey in Shelikof Strait, what drives the timing of that survey and the length of that survey? I didn't realize it was adjusted differently really each year.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I didn't realize it was this variable either. And it's something, well, I know they target perfect or pre-spawning fish, so that one of the long stated goals of this survey is to cover the main spawning season straight, with the goal to get a good index of the spawning biomass. That's the goal. The variables that make some of this variability you see on the left have to do with operational issues. I know some years they get out earlier. They also will look at other areas. And so scheduling wise, they'll try to get the right picture and the transects in place. So historically, they would visit Chiricahua and even Prince William Sound in a few years and places like that. And so in terms of our process every year, and usually around now in the next weeks or early January, we'll sit down with the group and try to work through a schedule prioritization for the different places in the Gulf that can be evaluated in the winter. This is just the Shelikof portion. In their report, they typically will show all the other regions they cover as well. The short answer is they try to target the spawning aggregation, and that's one thing they track closely is how much are mature.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Moving on to Pacific cod, got a pretty big decrease percentage-wise, and down 8,000 tons from this year's ABC recommendation. And we'll show you the assessment part. The stock is just above 20%, 25.5% of our measure for unfished stock. So for those that may not recall, at 20%, that's when a stellar sea lion measure would kick in and directed fishing would have to stop. So it's pretty important to monitor that, and we keep track of that. But as far as this year's assessment, the model was the same as what was used in 2022. We've got new authorship, and in the process of doing that, the new author found that some earlier catch data from the state had not been included, and that was added into the assessment. It had a minor change in the current results. 97 to 2002 was long enough ago that it didn't have a huge impact, but there was an overall scaling of the population. Similar to what I showed in the Pollock assessment, this is meant to show all the information that's being used in this assessment. And here not highlighted, but the recent period showing the new data in 2022, basically catches by all the gear types, and the magnitude of the circles meant to reflect the magnitude of the catch in these top panels. And then the abundance indices, we've got a new long line survey data point, and then fishery length compositions and so on for the different gear types. And then we have this thing called conditional age at length composition, which is meant to do a good job of estimating the underlying average growth. And that's something that we talked about extensively at the plan team. In terms of the fishery side of things, this is historical catches by gear type, showing significant fractions taken by pot gear. The yellow is long line, and the blue is trawl gear for cod in the Gulf. The panels down below, the horizontal axes are week of the year, so it starts from 0 and ends at the end of the year. And the lines themselves are the cumulative catch by haul, jig, pot, and trawl gear. So it gives you some idea. For example, jig gear is happening mostly throughout the years, and the color of the lines represent the different years. So the 4 on the left are for the Western Gulf, and the 4 on the right are for the Central Gulf. So it gives you some flavor for the seasonality of the fisheries. And Of course, you got some of that in your B reports from the regional office, but this is another way that the author presented it here. And comparing this year to last year's result, these are standard recruitment estimates, showing that across all years, there's been an overall decline in the darker color in the recent assessment, in the current assessment. So that scale downward had much to do with the change in the ABC. And the reason, in addition to that catch added, it's also due to our relative population number from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center long line survey. And so that's what we suspect is driving the change from last year. We'll be getting a new survey in 2023 from the bottom trawl to add to this.
Dr. Yanelli, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if you could expand on that, or maybe I just need to have you repeat it, Dr. Yanelli, because I was looking at the data inputs that you provided, and those are great indicators. And it feels like everything is increasing, catch is increasing, abundance indices increasing. So in terms of a 25% decrease in ABC, should I be focusing on the long line survey that had a reduction, or the scaling impact?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yeah, it's a bit hard to glean a lot of information. I think relatively, the catches, we see the increases because there was the huge cut a few years ago due to the warm blob. So that's in the magnitude of the catches. I would rely more on the line figures to evaluate the indices. And if we go back to those, this is the bottom trawl data. It's, this was the bad news back in see, that would be 2018, very low abundance level, coming down, a bit of an increase, but now flattened out again in last year's survey. And on top of that, the new data this year didn't support kind of a potential flattening or increase. And so I think it's a combination of the long line survey remaining at a relatively low level and fitting this data point from the bottom trawl quite closely. That's had the effect of rescaling. This is the kind of showing the rescaling of the assessment model. Of course, if you were to plot the uncertainty of all of these, they would most likely overlap, but the point estimates are what we are basing our advice on across the board with these. Does that help?
It does. Thanks for that.
So the author, and we included this figure in our presentation here. The author presented this in addition to another one with the notion of communicating the importance of recruitment. So if we go back and just see this period of recruitment here, relatively low value. This value in the terminal year is basically the average. There's not really any new information on that. And it's the average over the whole period. And the point we make in this slide, I'll spend a little bit of time on, is that, well, what if we don't ever get average again? What if we're stuck in this post-2014 regime, if you want to call it that? And that's communication-wise what the author was getting at with this. And so to help explain this, this is the spawning biomass in the vertical scale, and it's showing projections under kind of our harvest policy. And if everything goes as we hope, and it comes back to average conditions since 1977, we anticipate, given the current estimates, that the stock will decline a bit, kind of where we are now, and then it will increase and expect to be above kind of B40, which is the green lines on both of these figures. Going to the bottom panel here, if we are back on that 2014, post-2014 recruitment, we can see that under our current management system, there's a good chance we'll be below the B20 line, which is this red line, and unlikely to ever obtain the B40%. And so this is getting at some of the environmental effects of if we're in shifting regimes where, for whatever reason, recruitment is depressed for Pacific cod. This was a way of communicating that information. And so this was just kind of putting us on notice that we should be mindful of the impact of this and expecting mean recruitment in the future across since 1977. It's kind of our standard practice, but perhaps we need to just keep our eye on the ball here and make sure things are not tending towards a different kind of average expectation.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you for that, Dr. Iannelli. And so if I'm reading this correctly, I'm going to hear the caution that we wouldn't really understand whether we're trending back toward an average recruitment or our average regime for another five years, maybe. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think you're reading it correctly. That like we've seen with some stocks, a strong year class can come and really change the picture. But I think it's mainly to just show that I personally think it's early on to say, oh, we're stuck in this poor recruitment period. But I think it's useful to say, well, what if we are stuck in this poor recruitment period? I mean, the warm blob was a phenomena that we pretty sure wasn't good for cod in the Gulf. And if those conditions remain or happen more often, then getting strong year classes like you see historically may be less likely. I think that's the way to read it. And I think part of your question is like we're on a downward trend, and that's simply because all we had were these year classes currently, and these larger ones are already well kind of past their prime in terms of making up a significant component of the stock.
Yes, thanks for that. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And that's where I was looking at your projections. They don't seem to really deviate for another 5 years where we would be able to tell, okay, yes, we're on this trend line or we're going back to average recruitment. So thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, through the chair, this is again spawning biomass, so that causes the lag effect. If we have a really big year class in 2022, it'll take until a few years before they're in the mature stock.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Iannelli, following further on Ms. Kimball's question, and I appreciate the way she sort of flagged 5 years as maybe the point where you begin to see divergence. And obviously, over the longer term, we're balancing those two risks. The one risk that Dr. Sawalski and others have pointed out, that you can just through fishing create a lower productivity population that just by choice of fishing or of exploitation, and essentially deprive yourself of larger long-term yields by doing that. That's the one risk. The other risk is that you are managing today's population with yesterday's parameters, and which is not good stewardship either. And the two are obviously contrary to each other as risks. So as I was listening to your discussion with Ms. Kimball, I was sort of thinking about, so at some point though, we've got to deliberately make a choice between those two risks, don't we? We can't just kind of keep going along and looking at it. At some point there has to be a decision point. Which risk do we feel is a larger risk? And is that Ms. Kimball's 5-year inflection point, or is that something else?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. What's not shown here, and I think is useful, and it's quite commonly included in other contexts, especially when we're approaching critical levels. What's not shown here is the calculation, which is fairly straightforward to do, which says, well, how much more biomass would there be if you went and replayed history without any fishing mortality? So basically, if you imagine all of these models have age numbers at age when they're first hatched, right? Roughly speaking. So we have numbers at age 1, and then from then on, there's factors that affect them: growth, natural mortality, and fishing mortality. Well, if you went and replayed the history, we have the estimates, and remove the effect of fishing mortality, you're able to get an idea of how much of the decline is due to fishing versus the environment. And that's something that's built into all of these models. They're able to make those figures. And it's something that, down the road we can look at and say, well, if there hadn't been any fishing, we'd only be a little bit better off than where we are now because of warm blob and factors that were outside of our control. So those are the type of things that can help answer your question, I think.
Thank you. I can see how that would. And so I think what that means is that tools like this that you're showing right here, which this is so powerful, this particular view of it. These are the kinds of tools we should be sort of looking at more regularly for stocks that are in this situation. And then at some point, we begin to need to bring into bear those tools that comparison that you just discussed, and that's sort of the trigger point. At least that's one usable trigger point.
Yes, I think so.
Please continue.
Okay, so as you saw in several assessments yesterday, there's the apportionment algorithms that are used. Basically, this is using all the available data and just showing the relative amounts of ABC for across the regions and where it would be taken, with the most of it being in the Central Gulf. And this is the summary slide for Pacific cod. Moving on, we have sablefish. You covered this yesterday. I just included it here that we do have a chapter 3 in the Gulf Safe Report that covers our discussion specific to this and the relative catch and biomass trends for the Gulf part. That brings us to flatfish. Things will, we only have one full assessment in this category. There's a couple of partials where I'll just touch on them briefly, but overall 3% increase. And breaking out all the flatfish stocks in a similar table here, you can see where those changes in the ABC occurred. Shallow water flatfish, 3,000 ton increase, 1,500 tons in Rexel. These are all based on projections. And then for deep water, a slight downturn. And flathead sole is the full assessment. We'll talk about that in more detail, and roughly no change with the arrow tooth. Combined, this is the 2022 ABCs, and then compared to the 2023, not much change, mostly arrow tooth, flathead sole, and shallow water flatfish as a complex are the next two largest. So moving on to shallow water, I do have a few slides on this. Just to remind you folks of what species are involved, and these are some of the observer data on the catch records over time, the horizontal axis. These were presented last year, but you do see some shift where yellowfin sole seems to be becoming less abundant in the Gulf, in the catch anyway, and English sole seems to be increasing somewhat. But these are tonnages are relatively small overall.
Dr. Iannelli, Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Before I ask the question, I'll just tell you that the slides where you put up for cod, you put like catch over time by gear type or biomass, total catch, spawning biomass, and age recruitment. Those slides are really helpful for council members like me that aren't actively involved in this fishery, but can get caught up easily when you give these presentations. But that's not my question. My question is that when I look at this and hear your description of cod, it doesn't look like it's doing badly, but the allocations down on the tax sheet. And I'm wondering, is it recruitment that's the issue that's causing that recommendation, or did I miss some critical element of your cod presentation that explained why it would go down when things are looking like they're improving?
Thank you. Through the chair. I also noticed this. I assume you're referring to the drop here, 24 to 22, and the allocations by region. Is that kind of where you were asking?
Through the chair, Mr. Allen, no, it looked like there was another description that showed multiple species. Your number 2 slide that showed that Pacific cod was down by 25%.
That's, yeah, through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, that's 25% from the last assessment. So this year's ABC was 32,800 tons for Pacific cod in the Gulf. And the recommendation for 2023, based on a new revised assessment with updated data, is 8,000 tons lower than that, which is 25%.
Right, but what the question I asked was, why is it down like that? I was looking at those other charts, and it looked like the conditions were trending up in a lot of ways. And I wondered if recruitment was the issue that caused that drop, or was it, what was it, that just the survey numbers? Not, I guess that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, so it's a good question, good concern. So the trend information provides indications of the trend. I think going beyond 2023 to 2024, it is having to do with the year classes being below average. So it continues to decline. But as far as these being flattish trends, it's the overall scale of the stock that has changed. And that's what's shown here, that so the trend and scale is what stock assessments are meant to try to figure out. And sometimes new information will change the scale and keep the trend the same, or vice versa. And so it's those trade-offs that affect what's happening to the stock. So I'm not sure I can make it any clearer. I can get back to the author to give you more specific details, but it is a concern about what is impacting the scale change. And one of the factors that we highlighted in our report had to do with the growth. We found in the pattern of the residuals that assuming a fixed growth relationship through time might not be a good option for a species that, you know, seems to have quite a bit of variability in growth from year to year.
Thank you, Dr. Ionelli. That was helpful.
Please continue.
So we're back at shallow water flatfish. This is just a summary slide. The above was the catch, and this is showing the survey data through time, and we fit basically smoothers, random walk estimation methods. And interestingly, I think you see opposite trends with English sole in the upper right, and a declining trend with the yellowfin sole. Completely separate data from what we saw in the previous slide on catch. This is on our survey abundance, and then being a complex, these all get summed together to come up with the table on the left. So just to highlight some recollection of what a shallow water flatfish assessment looks like. As far as the deep water assessment, unlike shallow water, it's mainly Dover sole, and those are also a complex, but it has a partial assessment this year, and the projection had a slight decrease. And same for Rexol, in that it's a partial assessment with a slight increase in trend from the most recent assessment done last year. Arrowtooth flounder had no change. It was a partial. The projection and the catch trend were very consistent with a flat pattern. And now the flathead sole was a new assessment, and I have a couple of slides on that. Have a new assessment author, and the table in black here with the blue numbers is showing the new data that were included in this year's assessment. It's been a 4-year cycle, and so this is a one that they've updated things with some aging error and some input data. And this is the time series on the left showing the survey index and maps of where the occurrence of flathead sole had been in the most recent survey on the right. And the model fit to this survey, the plan team, we had a fair amount of discussion on the lack of fit to the 2 declining years. And basically the discussion led to the fact that there's other evidence to show under different treatments of survey data that the blue line, in fact, is consistent with the results that were obtained. And this is just the summary slide for flathead sole. Moving over to the rockfish group, we're trying to wrap up. We have a couple more full assessments here. This is a 2% increase, relatively minor. POP make up 68% of the complex in terms of our 2023 ABC recommendations, with Dusky being the next biggest, which we have a full assessment for, followed by Northern rockfish, which is also full assessment. POP was a partial assessment, meaning it's just a projection model included, and that's shown here, the summary table in our SAFE report. And on the top 2 tables, one is showing the ABC by region. Another is showing the OFL by larger regions, just to highlight that this is one stock where we do have area-specific OFLs, even though the stock is treated as a unit across the Gulf. And this is the time pattern for generally good-looking trends for Pacific Ocean perch in catch levels above 20,000 tons in recent years. Moving to Northern rockfish, this was a full assessment. The table of data provided here is showing in bold the new information in this year's assessment. The author presented this in September and to the SSC in October as well for model recommendations. And some of the treatments have to do with how survey data are applied. Many of you are aware that we now do commonly model-based estimates from our survey data, which simply means that we're taking into account other factors like spatial correlation into the estimates. And so you've heard of the VAST model that's used to process our spatially disaggregated data from surveys. So these are some of those options, and the results from the assessment showing the projection here, which the plan team and I think the SSC agreed to, above kind of target levels, but expected to come close to those in the near term. And then here's a nice depiction showing how the apportionment model is used and how it's changed. So this one looks like the shift from 38% in the West to almost 53%, and a shift down from the central and almost nothing in the Eastern Gulf for Northern rockfish. We had some recommendations to the author listed here, and this is the summary figure for where the stock is relative to the mean and recent catch time frames. I tested negative, don't worry. For Dusky rockfish, this was a full assessment. It's up by almost 50% from this current year's ABC. For next year, almost 8,000 tons. The full assessment projection model shown here, given the historical estimates of spawning biomass and the relative uncertainty in the shades. And then similarly, looking at the apportionment change, slightly more into the central and a little bit less from the western this year and a lot less from the eastern than historically. So we had some recommendations on how to use the VAST, potentially looking at that for apportionments by region, and then how to do some exploratory models, and that's a dusky rockfish. As far as rough eye and black spotted, this was a partial and just basically rolled over from the projections, and that's what's shown here. The last assessment, full one, was done in 2021. Moving to demersal shelf rockfish, this was done by the state of Alaska, and we got a full assessment in September, reviewed that and made recommendations for this year, and another full assessment again in November. Just to quickly go through the components of this, the main component is yellow eye rockfish, and it's in tier 5, which means you apply a survey biomass and a natural mortality rate to come up with ABC and OFL recommendations. The other 6 species are in tier 6 and shown on this figure. And thanks to Phil Joy for putting in a lot of work to get this organized for the council. In their presentation of this assessment, they looked at basically did the checklist for how to do things. I'll touch on those methods, and then they discussed similar to the assessment they provided in September, some research model recommendations to look at for future. Looking at the breakout of catches by sectors and sources, that's shown here. The full description of what exactly directed fishery means in the state context, I'm unsure of, but it looks like that hasn't occurred in recent years. Most of the catch has been on incidental, from incidental catches. So a quick review of how do you get a biomass estimate from this stock. They've, since long ago, been using line transects, submersible, and physically counting fish they see in a unit of area. And so that's this first term is the uncertain, there's density estimates, how many fish per unit area using line transect methods. There's uncertainty associated with that. And then to convert it to biomass, you need to know what the average weight of yellow eye are. And they do that from portside sampling. And that's another source of variability. And then they have a technique where they estimate the extent of yellow eye habitat. And so that's, they don't have uncertainty estimates for that, but that's something that they're continuing to work on. And the upper 4 panels here just showing the management areas in Southeast Alaska where the transects have been completed, biomass estimates have been made, and then they run our random effects model using these. They also this year evaluated the utility of the IPHC, the Halibut Commission's longline survey, as an auxiliary index. And so at the plan team, they presented all the combinations of options, and the author and the plan team agreed that the best was dealing with what we call extra observation error and a CPUE index with the IPHC, and they named that 22.2, which is showed compared to some relatively unrealistic, we felt, status quo models where long-lived species such as yellow eye rockfish is unlikely to change their biomass this much. So it's kind of a smoother pattern that you might expect from a stock like this. So our discussion supported their OFL. We asked for ABC of 283 tons, which is the max. The author had recommended a further adjustment, but we rationalized that shift from tier 4 to tier 5, increase the conservation buffer, and then doing something like a 90% lower confidence interval was no longer necessary. That's it for demersal shelf. We had a thorny head rockfish assessment with similar pattern of using longline survey, in this case, or AFSC longline survey, and doing some different model options. It's the same model that's always been used, but with an added feature of allowing for more measurement error. And this is just on the left here showing the trawl survey biomass by depth in the column. So shallow, intermediate, and deep on the columns. And then by rows, it's showing Central Gulf, Eastern Gulf, and Western Gulf on the bottom. And part of the discussion we had at the plan team was that we're not getting surveys that go into the 700 meter plus group any longer, and it's unlikely that we will in the future. We had some concerns about that because thorny heads generally inhabit deeper depths, but we pretty much resolved that. As far as trend goes, we can get that to some degree from the long line survey, as they have stations and hooks that go into the deeper depth strata. But overall, the apportionment scheme across the board of 17% decline tuned to the longline survey and the most recent trawl survey. And so that's a basis for the apportionments. Just to remind the council, this is a stock that is not targeted, but a very valuable bycatch species. So the catches have been quite low in recent years. And so there's no real concern on the status of that stock. Yesterday, you got presentation from the SSC chair and from the BSAI chair on sharks, noting that they were combined in the Gulf and the Bering Sea in presentation, but still split out. The issues are pretty different relative to the Gulf and the Bering Sea. Mainly because in the Gulf we have far more spiny dogfish in the survey and in our catches. And so this is one component of this complex is spiny dogfish. The biomass estimate from the random effects model is on the order of 31,000 tons, but we know that the survey misses a significant portion of the stock. So there's a outside externally estimated catchability of this Q term, which brings the biomass estimate up to about 150,000 tons. And from that, we know some things about the natural mortality, and that comes up with the OFL and ABC for this stock shown here. So that's one component. It's a complex. So there's three other key components. The Pacific sleeper shark, which has the OFL set status quo based on the 97 to 2007 mean catch for OFL, and the ABC is computed from that. And on the right here, we're looking at the catch time series for sleeper salmon shark and other sharks. And the author, as noted yesterday, provided an alternative to that, and I'm going to show that in the next table. So if you put all the three species together, or the species complex together on the left, this is our status quo calculation that you get OFLs and ABCs based on tier 6 and tier 5 for spiny dogfish. And then the author provided some innovative new approaches that were touched on yesterday that gave different numbers. And the plan team felt that, appreciated all the work that went into this, but noted that it was probably more important to highlight that more work needs to be done for Pacific sleeper shark because affording protection just by changing, a few hundred tons of the complex catch is not going to afford much more protection. And if it's needed and it can be shown scientifically that we have both good estimates of the catch and good estimates of stock size, that it might be broken out of the shark complex altogether. And that came to one of the points we made yesterday in the joint team about the working group to look at tier 6 stocks. You know, this ORCS approach, only reliable catch estimates could be applied. And you know, we thought it was good, but we felt that it wasn't quite ready to break out into its own stock. And that concludes all the stocks I'll be reviewing. And just to note that you know, we adopted our recommended ABCs and OFLs, and then I think Ms. Cleaver is going to cover the last 2 slides. If there's any questions.
Thank you. All right. Any questions for Dr. Iannelli before we move into the last few slides? Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted before, the plan team recommendations for final harvest specs for the Gulf are attached in the plan team recommended OFL ABC, which we also talk about as table 1, since there are a lot of table numbers being thrown around here. Want to orient you a little bit. So upon publication in the Federal Register, the 2023 and 2024 final harvest specs will replace the harvest specifications that were adopted last year for the start of the 2023 fisheries. Jim, could you just go to the next slide, please? Thanks. The TACs that are recommended by the council, as I mentioned, need to take into account the state waters, Pacific cod and pollock fisheries. And so the ABC that's available for the area specific federal Gulf of Alaska pollock TAC, that's first reduced by 2.5% to provide for the Prince William Sound State GHL. And the ABC in the harvest specs table, so that table 1 and the council's recommended TAC will reflect that accommodation. For table 2, so this table is posted in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish PSC and DMR tables, and I understand that that's confusing. So for next year, we'll try to separate this table out with a more appropriate name, but this table reflects the final 2023 Pacific cod ABCs, TACs, and the state GHLs in metric tons, and the established area apportionments for the next 2 years adjust the amount of Pacific cod ABC that's available for the federal TAC in each area. And those adjustments based on the plan team recommendations are attached in that table 2. And so there's a 25 to 30% reduction dependent upon which sub area you're looking at. Next slide, Jim. Thank you. The PSC limits are apportioned by fishery gear and season, and these apply only to the trawl vessels and vessels fishing with hook and line gear for species other than IFQ sablefish. The halibut PSC limits are then also divided between the CV and CP sectors. And so the PSC limits for the next 2 years are attached under the Gulf of Alaska groundfish PSC and DMR tables. Those are tables 14 through 16. Lastly, table 17, these are the halibut discard mortality rates for vessels fishing in the Gulf of Alaska. These were reviewed by the SSC and the council at the October meeting, but we had an error during the plan team meeting that was corrected in the tables. And so that table was pulled, the incorrect table was pulled for posting to the council's agendas. And so we just wanted to highlight that the table posted in October reflected last year's rates. So table 17 in the table's attachment on the agenda provides the corrected DMRs by gear and operation type. And there was only one small change that was provided during the plan team meeting, and that was provided by the halibut DMR working group. I believe that's everything I have for you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a process question, Ms. Cleaver. When I look at the team's advice or recommendation to the council to form a working group to deal with data limited stocks and harvest control rules in that scenario, and how does the plan team, we received SSC advice that might be more appropriate, or their suggestion is to do that internal to Science Center staff at this point and go through with our February workshop on harvest control rules. Is that council staff's role to then kind of link the plan team recommendations, the SSC recommendations and the council's recommendations at the next plan team. It's a pretty general process question, but I've always worried that the plan team puts out recommendations and then they don't know why we didn't take them up.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, thanks for that question. So we will be following up with the plan teams and the authors, and council staff will be making sure that we track that throughout the process and bringing it back to the plan team, SSC and council.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break and we'll come back for our SSC AP public testimony in action. Come back at 10:55.
Hi, Sherry. Just want to see if you want to do a sound check real fast.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Great, thank you.
Council, please come back to order. We are ready to take our SSC report on Gulf specs. Dr. Dressel, are you with us?
I am with you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. As you heard yesterday, I gave a very, very high level overview of the ESRs. And so I actually took my slide about the Gulf ESR out today. And after listening to the presentation and some of your questions, I had a couple of comments. I don't have a slide for it. Some of them addressed either what was said in the presentation or what was not said. And the other thing is it touches on questions that you had. So I'm just going to mention a couple of things, even though I don't have a slide. The first one related to a question that you had about average of a time series. And I wanted to note that there is, in our minutes, we also talked about this issue, and noted that it would be helpful in some cases to define what normal is and what aspect of the environment is considered an anomaly above or below normal. And so what we had recommended is, when there's a reference to a long-term mean, we requested that the authors for each section be encouraged to state the period over which the normal is, the average or the median, over which that's calculated, and the degree of departure from the mean or median to identify something as an anomaly. And that's looking for the same clarity that we all struggle for. The second topic was Dr. Ferris mentioned skipper science contributions to the ESR. And I just wanted to note that the SSC really, we've been looking for on-ramps for local knowledge and traditional knowledge and subsistence information. In this case, the SSC really appreciated seeing this local knowledge and just noted that the ESR in this case was an on-ramp for that type of information, and we supported the continued integration of that type of data in the ESR. The last point was one that Dr. Ferris summarized a very long chapter in a few minutes. And one thing that we had pulled out that I don't believe that she mentioned this morning was one of the noteworthy topics in the Gulf of Alaska, and that was that invasive green crabs were detected for the first time in July 22. They expand their range north in summer following warm winters. And similarly, there were 3 elephant seal yearlings that were stranded in Alaska and 2 additional northern elephant seals that were hauled out and molting in Alaska. And so the SSC supports continued monitoring for patterns of invasive species and southern latitude species in Alaska waters and the potential impacts that they may have on habitat and species interactions. So with that, heading into the groundfish harvest specifications, my goal will be to go through this pretty quickly. I wanted to note at the beginning that for all Gulf of Alaska assessments, the SSC supported the Gulf Plan Team recommended models, OFLs, and ABCs with no reduction from the max. And we also supported the Plan Team's recommended area apportionments. I will make one note, and that is in our table in our minutes, which is table 2, we note that bold indicates where our recommendation differed from the plan team. And you'll see that at the very bottom, the total is bolded, and that was not intended. That total should be the same as that of the plan team. So for walleye pollock, this was a full assessment. It was tier 3 in multiple areas, tier 5 in the southeast. We supported the model, we supported the OFL and ABC with no reduction from max. And the point that I wanted to note is that we agreed with the previously accepted methodology for apportioning ABCs between areas and between the new A, which was formerly AB, and B, formerly CD seasons as well. The SSC recommended further exploring biomass scale changes and potentially constraining catchability, and further exploring recruitment variability in the next assessment. For Pacific cod, full assessment, tier 3B, we supported the specifications and models, as I mentioned before, and we recommend evaluating changes in growth and updating the length-weight relationships, along with the other cod authors, as we mentioned yesterday, exploring the viability of a larger scale cod model to account for movement and stock structure, and to evaluate the use of in-year fishery-dependent data or lengths. For shallow water flatfish complex, there were a number of partial assessments. I've included, like I mentioned at the beginning, I've included detail on the slides for your reference, but I am going to skip most of the text and just say we supported specifications and apportionments for shallow water flatfish, deep water flatfish, Rex sole, arrowtooth flounder. Those were all partials. For flathead sole, it was a full assessment. We agreed with models, a couple of notes about that. We agreed with specifications. And for research, we support the author's plans to examine interaction between data weights and catchability, to explore priors on catchability and natural mortality, to reinvestigate or investigate selectivity curves. And then we encourage the authors to carefully consider risk table scores in the future if the survey fits and retrospective patterns don't improve. For Pacific Ocean perch, this was a partial assessment and we agreed with specifications and apportionments. Northern rockfish was a full assessment. We supported the model and we've got a few notes about what is included in that model. We supported specifications and apportionments. And then we had a few recommendations, and that is we support the authors and groundfish planting recommendation to explore alternative weighting methods, to explore proper variance attribution to VAST indices. A lot of times the VAST estimates have low error, and so that's investigating that a bit further. Investigating high values of catchability by fixing M, and supported research on maturity and skip spawning. Black spotted rough-eye in the Gulf was a partial assessment, and we agreed with specifications and apportionment. Dusky was a full assessment. We supported the model with these details, a description of the model. We wanted to note that the 2022 model greatly improved the retrospective patterns and improved the VAST fit to the survey information. We support specifications and apportionment, and we had a couple of recommendations. These were similar to northern rockfish in that we support exploring alternative weighting methods, looking at the variance associated with VAST indices. We also, though, recommended that the authors investigate alternative apportionments that provide stability while also satisfying the sub-area biological concerns. And finally, same as northern, to continue research on maturity and skip spawning. For demersal shelf rockfish, it was a full assessment. As Dr. Iannelli described, we agreed with the authors and groundfish planting to move the yellow eye portion from tier 4 to tier 5. We supported the model with a little bit of description here. We support the plan team's recommendation to have no reduction from max ABC. And finally, for recommendations, we recommend reassessing natural mortality, continuing to work on the yield per recruit. The author's done some great work exploring that, and aggregating data across the southeast outside sections, and then further exploring the IPHC survey bycatch data, which the author explored for the first time this year, I believe. For Thorny Head, it was a full assessment. Some survey trends that are listed here. We agreed with the model. We supported the specifications and apportionments, and we supported the groundfish plan team recommendation to compare using a common process error around the entire Gulf with the current approach that allows the process area to vary by subregion. For sharks, you heard SSC recommendations yesterday and descriptions of the shark assessment. We agreed with the plan team to continue with a status quo approach for determining OFLs and EBCs, and that's a tier 5 for spiny dogfish, tier 6 using a species-specific average catches. And we supported this year not reducing from max ABC for Pacific sleeper shark, even though this was a recommendation to do in the Bering Sea, and Dr. Iannelli touched on that. We did, however, recommend using a same approach for Pacific sleeper shark reference points across the Gulf and the Bering Sea in future years. There was a forage report this year, and overall, most species appear to be showing signs of recovery after the marine heat wave, increasing trends in 2021, and there remains a high degree of uncertainty in estimates of abundance and biomass. Incidental catches of this forage group were low in 2022. Prohibited species catch of herring was higher than average in 2022, and this was largely driven by the midwater walleye pollock trawl fishery in the Central Gulf. I will also highlight what Dr. Ferris said, that herring have actually abundance has been up due to a very large year class, so that also may play into this. And finally, we support and encourage efforts to explore more quantitative and model-based assessments of forage species, and that includes indices of biomass of predators or multiple data sources to try to link spatio-temporal changes to environmental variables. And that is all I have for the Gulf.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And I don't know why I'm hung up on process questions today, but there's a lot of great recommendations from the SSC directly to the authors. And I note for past practice, the council doesn't usually pick up on all those. Is it your understanding, council staff and the SSC report are like a sufficient way to get all of those very specific recommendations back to authors for the next round? Is that working okay in your mind?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, it is. We've got multiple audiences, obviously, for our report. And the bolded pieces, I've bolded specifically for the council. Our intent is that authors will go through and read the full report and pull out recommendations for their species, and they have been doing that, and the groundfish plan team has helped with that. So I think that is going okay. The one comment that we did make in our minutes this time was some years where there are partial assessments, authors may not go back to previous SSC minutes, and so we've encouraged authors to bring forward all SSC recommendations, because a lot of times it's not possible to address them all within a year. So we did make that recommendation, but I don't think that needs to be something through the council. I have been trying to figure out what's best to present to you as a council, and I've included some of those research recommendations so that you can see the type of things we're asking authors to explore, but not necessarily for you to take up unless you so choose.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel, for that presentation and that explanation.
Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. Just a reminder to any public that wishes to testify, please sign up prior to the end of this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Ruth Christensen here to give the AP report on agenda item C5. The AP recommends that the council approve the 2022 Gulf of Alaska Safe Report. The AP recommends the council approve the final 2023 and 2024 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC, and the tax as shown in the attached table 1. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod adjustments are shown in table 2 in the action memo. The AP recommends that the council set the final 2023 and 2024 Pacific halibut PSC limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as shown in tables 14 through 16 in the action memo. And the AP recommends the council approve the updated halibut discard mortality rates for 2023 and 24 as shown in table 17. That motion passed unanimously, and there is rationale attached in our minutes.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public comment, and I don't believe we have anybody signed up to testify. Okay. No testimony. Want to stand down for a few minutes? Let's stand down for in the room about 5 minutes. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready for action on Gulf specifications, and just a note for what's happening after this. I think we'll probably break after action here, give staff a chance to have a little bit of a longer lunch to do their planning for staff tasking. And we'll see what time we break here and set a time to come back for action or for charter halibut. But with that, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion under C5. The motion reads, the council approves the 2022 Gulf of Alaska Safe Report. The council approves the final 2023 and 2024 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for overfishing limits and ABCs as recommended by the SSC, and the tax as shown in the attached table 1. The tax for both Gulf, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in attached table 2. The 2023 and 2024 Pacific halibut PSC limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf are attached in tables 14, 15, and 16. The council approves the halibut discard mortality rates for 2023 and 2024 as shown in attached table 17. With a second, I will speak briefly.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Very briefly, just appreciate the stock assessment authors, the plan teams, the SSC work to recommend overfishing limits and the acceptable biological catch levels for the next 2 years. I think, as was stated under our previous agenda item, the process behind setting these limits to set sustainable fisheries long-term is comprehensive and robust. And there's multiple layers of review by scientists that are fundamental to meeting our mandates under Magnuson-Stevens Act in this agenda item. The ABCs that are set forward in table 1 are the upper bound for biologically sound catch limits set only by the SSC, and the council obviously cannot set tax higher than ABC. The recommendations in these tables for the Gulf match our advisory panel recommendations, and where the TAC, as stated in the motion, is less than the ABC for both cod and pollock, that's because we adjusted that TAC downward to account for state water fisheries. That allows for a complete accounting for all species that doesn't exceed the biological threshold of ABC. You can see the consistency with the sablefish tax. They account for the apportionment across areas as recommended by the SSC. That's a stair step this year of 75% to get closer to reflecting the actual survey abundance across areas. Next year, I think the SSC approach would mean full reflection of the 5-year average survey values across areas. And I just mentioned this to be clear that as a coastwide stock, this was the approach used in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and I've been consistent here in the Gulf. That's all I have, Mr. Chair, with the exception of repeating thanks to everyone that produces this advice for the council and these tables.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an amendment, but I think it might be appropriate just in consideration of something that I thought about to ask staff to come to the table. Could we ask Ms. Diana Stram to come and answer a question before I consider whether I'd make an amendment or not? Would that be appropriate timing?
Sure. Dr. Stram or Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Stram. My question is on the proposed work group for sablefish to look at the appropriateness of the control rule where sablefish is concerned. So I have a couple of concerns with doing that. One of the things I really don't, I'm reluctant to make an amendment here because of there's a process for prioritization of all of the SSC comments, and so maybe you could address that. But also just, what would this work group include? Can you give me just a little more information on that? Because the focus in the SSC recommendations, there was a focus on that sablefish would be an excellent choice as to a stock that could use some discussion, but also Dr. Barbeau and the Pacific cod in the Bering Sea has mentioned that as well in the plan team meetings, as you've heard, that Pacific cod might be a good stock to look at the appropriateness of the current control rule for that stock as well. So if you could just fill us in on kind of how that will work, and if I I would guess that maybe your answer, I'll come back to that, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, Diana Stram, council staff. From the plan team's perspective, so most of these conversations occurred in the Bering Sea team. And then we circled back to them at the end of the meeting. And our suggestion to the SSC was that they take it up in the same manner so that they'll understand all of the issues that we ran into with the application of the control rules and the tier system this year prior to them making their recommendation at the end of their meeting. So I think that's what some of their comments that Dr. Dressel addressed yesterday were in reference to. From the planting perspective, we had identified a number of stocks, not just sablefish, but Pacific cod, sablefish, Bering Sea pollock, Greenland turbot, and black spotted rough-eye. They had very different issues, but all of them resulted in issues that we had with the application of the control rule, the downweighting of some recruitment estimates, modifying different aspects of it so that the control rule, so that applying the control rule did not result in a kind of odd behavior in terms of the trend in the ABCs. So we didn't pick any single one. The SSC in their discussions on sablefish had said, yes, this would be a good case study for some of these considerations. I didn't think, I could be wrong, but I didn't think that they were identifying only sablefish. I think they were just trying to say there are multiple case studies that were brought up in the conjunction with particularly the Bering Sea report. And they seem to refer most of those issues to a discussion in their workshop that would address harvest control rules, of which sablefish may be a case study, but there are others that also lend themselves to the issues that we were bringing up. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up. So the work group will be formed in the normal process, and there, in your opinion, is there any reason that we would want to highlight that? It seems like everything's been said that needs to be said on the work group to me, but I just want to clarify that you agree with that sentiment.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's not clear to me because they referred it all to this workshop that the SSC is taking up in February. So they noted that we as a plan team had requested that a working group be formed that would begin to evaluate the efficacy of our current harvest control rules and the possibility of looking at modifying them. The impression that I had coming out of the SSC's report was that whether or not that goes forward would be discussed in conjunction with their February workshop, which seemed perfectly fine because we wouldn't be getting anything really on the ground between now and then anyway. So it seemed like the larger discussion of it will occur as part of the SSC's February workshop. I don't know if Dr. Dressel is still online to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that was the impression I got coming out of the SSC in their report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With those clarifications, I do not have an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Other council members, any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Just to follow up on that exchange, it just seems to me that it's an extreme, it's a timely and really important exercise for the SSC to sort of lead at this point. There will be a council role in it because obviously harvest control rules have a policy and policy implications. I strongly agree with using sablefish as one of the case studies. I heard a lot of discussion about also using pollock as a case study. And I strongly agree with that as well. So I thank Mr. Down for flagging that and Dr. Stram for her responses, but I think that's a very constructive outcome of this year's specs process to lead into that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments? Okay. Ready to vote? Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on Gulf of Alaska catch specifications. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down, Ms. Drobnika,
Yes.
and Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further on C5? Okay, don't see any further action, so thank you, council. Thank you again, Ms. Kimball. Let's go ahead and adjourn for lunch and come back at 1:15 and we'll take up charter halibut. 1:15.
Food will be here in like 5 or 10 minutes. Just like.
Council, please come to order. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. We are ready to begin with C6 Charter Halibut Management Measures, and here to introduce the agenda item for us is Ms. Sarah Marinan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Again, for the record, Sarah Marinan, council staff. This is C6 Charter Halibut Management Measures. This first presentation is going to be given by Brianna Bowman, ADF&G statewide bottom fish coordinator. She's going to provide the ADF&G analysis of management measures for 2023, and Sarah Webster, the ADF&G fishery scientist, is also going to be available for any questions during the presentation. After you get the staff report, I'm going to present the Charter Halibut Management Committee report, which includes recommendations on this item. So again, to remind you, this is an annual agenda item that you have, but your job here is to review the ADF&G analysis of proposed measures, review the Charter Halibut Management Committee minutes, and then recommend preferred range of management measures for 2023, which will be forwarded then to the IPHC. And with that brief introduction, I'll pass it off to the staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, council, chair. My name is Brianna Bowman. I am the statewide bottom fish coordinator at Fish and Game. And this is Sarah Webster, and she'll be assisting me in answering any of your questions, as she held this position before, so she could probably provide a lot more detail. So to start off with, make sure coordinated here. There we go. To start off with, I'll be going over the preliminary numbers for 2022. And for the for charter harvest in 2C and 3A. So for the preliminary data that we have for 2022, this was produced in October using logbook data for the year in 2C, and then through August for 3A, as paper logbooks are still used in 3A. So we still had some data coming in after the end of August. And we also use dockside sampling for the year in both areas. And this difference between the two regions in terms of the e-logbook versus paper logbook came about because e-logbooks are now mandatory to be used on charter vessels in Area 2C, and has vastly helped us with reducing the amount of time required for data entry for that region. And to just go over some of the preliminary numbers for those areas, the mean weight for halibut in 2C this year, we've estimated to be about 9.74 pounds. Harvest for 2C was about 83,000 pounds, and yield being about 807,000 pounds. We estimated the release mortality to be about 36,500 pounds, and which adds up to a total removals of 843,500 pounds. The allocation for 2C this year was 820,000 pounds. So this resulted in a slight overage for 2C of 23,500 pounds, or 2.9% over the allocation. As for 3A, the mean weight that we estimated for 2022 was 10.53 pounds. Harvest is 167,090 fish, and yield is estimated to be 1,759,710 pounds. We estimated release mortality for 3A to be about 13,000, almost 400 pounds. And so this amounts to total removals of 1,773,107 pounds. The allocation for 3A this year was 2,110,000 pounds. And so this actually resulted in a underage for 3A of 336,893 pounds, or 16% below their allocation. And just as a reminder of what the charter regulations were for harvesting halibut in the two regions this year, in 2C, the regulations were a 1 fish bag limit and a reverse slot size limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. And in 3A, the regulations included a 2 fish bag limit, 1 fish of any size, and then 1 fish less than or equal to 28 inches. There's only 1 trip per vessel per day allowed, and also 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. And all Wednesdays were closed to retention of halibut this year, as well as 2 additional Tuesdays closed to retention of halibut. And just as a note, because this is preliminary data, the numbers are likely to change a bit when finalized next year. So now I'm going to go over some time series plots of charter halibut removals for both regions, just to get a sense of how this fits in with the data for the last 10 to 15 years. So now we're looking at a plot of charter halibut removals for 2C since 2006. And the gray bars are just to sort of describe what's going on in this plot. The gray bars are estimates based on the statewide harvest survey. That was our primary way of estimating halibut removals prior to 2014. And in 2014, when the blue bars start on the plot, that was the beginning of the catch sharing plan. And after 2014, as a stipulation of the catch share plan, logbooks were used as the primary way of estimating removals, and included release mortality with that as well. And just as a note, logbooks were used prior to 2014, but they were made mandatory in 2014. The red line on this plot is prior to 2014, refers to the guideline harvest level, the GHL, through 2013, and then refers to the CSP allocations thereafter. As you can see, prior to the CSP, or over this entire time series, there's variable overages and underages. And when the GHL was in place, there were more overages during that time, and then it's been somewhat variable with the implementation of the CSP. And again, just to remind the council, the preliminary estimates for this year included a 23,000 overage, or 2.9% over the allocation in 2022. So you can see that it's slightly above the red line there. And also to note, in 2022, the IPHC has developed a new length weight relationship to be used for halibut. And prior, with the old length weight equation, it was one equation applied to all halibut coastwide. So from Southern California all the way up through Alaska. Now the length weight relationships are specific to IPHC regulatory regions. So there's an equation for 2C and there's an equation for 3A. And in 2022, when we developed these preliminary estimates, we've used this new length weight equation. And thank you.
Before we move on, Mr. Williams has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your presentation. Quick question about that difference, so that the difference in the equation between the areas. IPHC regulatory areas are they're lines in the ocean to speak of. What was so different about those that you would have different equations on length weight relationship between those areas? How did they derive that difference in equation? What was it based on?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Williams. I was not involved in developing the length weight equations, but it's just to get at being more accurate and specific to those specific regions of what the average size of halibut might be for that particular area. It's my impression is it's just to improve the accuracy of the average weights of halibut throughout the West Coast and up through Alaska. So for example, how it compares, how the equations compare now to what was used previously. And I apologize that I don't have a image of the curve from the analysis that was done, but smaller fish are with the old equation and the new equations, they're pretty comparable, but the larger fish now weigh just ever so slightly less than they would have with the old equation. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add to that.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, I think just a couple of important points. There do tend to be some differences in weight at length among the different areas. The IPHC worked on this study on their fishery independent set line survey from 2019 to 2021. So it's data over those 3 years that are integrated into the new equations. And for example, area 3A, I think we looked at it the other day, and a 40-pound fish in area 3A is about 1.5 pounds less than or maybe it was 2 pounds less than the old equation. And in area 2C, it's like a 0.5 pound to a pound or something like that. So it has come down in both areas, but it certainly is a little bit different depending on which regulatory area you're looking at.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As long as you're interrupted, I'll ask a question. This was on the previous slide, and it's on the difference between the 2C and the 3A release mortality. Is there a different formula for each one? Because in Southeast, the yield was 806,000 pounds and they had 36,000 pounds of mortality. And then 3A, that was 1.7 and they only had 13,000 pounds of mortality. I'm trying to figure out why there's such a dramatic difference.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Jensen. Yes, there are two different formulas used for those two regions. They're not like significantly different from each other, but the 2C formula is based on a regression versus 3A is based on an inflation factor. Sorry, did I have that wrong?
You're going ahead to the 23 analyses. We're talking about the 22 estimates.
Oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Sorry, do you want to jump in? I think I'm confusing two things.
No problem. I can jump in through the chair, Mr. Jensen. The big difference between the two areas really comes from the regulations and how they play into the amount of release and the size of the estimated released fish. So in area 2C, because you have a reverse slot limit, that really increases the average weight of the fish that are released by quite a bit. I think they're also with a 1 fish bag limit and a reverse slot limit, there are even more mandatory releases than there are for 3A. So in area 3A, we're actually finding at this point, there are not a lot of fish that are released, and the fish that are released tend to be quite small. Whereas in area 2C, there are more fish that are being released, you know, at a proportionally to the number that are harvested at a much higher rate. And those fish tend to be quite a bit bigger.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Bowman.
All right. So now, oh, I'll make sure I said, oh, I think I skipped over effort for 2C. So this plot shows the effort for 2C over the last 10 years. And this is quantified using angler days. And this includes trips with halibut harvest, or also defined as bottom fish hours or bottom fish stat areas. And generally you can see that the effort in 2C has been increasing over time, obviously a big hit in 2020. But the last 2 years have been more consistent with the years prior to 2020. And now I'll just touch on the removals in area 3A since 2006. This plot is similar to the 2C plot. The gray bars are estimates based on the statewide harvest survey, and the blue bars are estimates based on logbooks and include release mortality as per stipulations of the catch sharing plan. And the red line is the GHL through 2013 and the CSP allocation afterwards. And prior to the CSP, the harvest under, or the removals consistently came under the GHL, often by quite a bit, and then has been a bit over the CSP in the more recent years since the implementation of the CSP. And again, for 2022, the harvest or the removals in 3A came under their allocation by about 16%. And I'll just briefly touch on a few reasons why we think that that may have occurred, of why removals may have been under their allocation this year. And that included, we had some discussions about this at the Charter Halibut Committee meetings, and a few different reasons come up. It's possible that just some economic factors this year, inflation, travel, cost of travel may have impacted people's ability to go out fishing. Also, speaking to some halibut operators or charter operators in Homer and Seward, a few of them mentioned that after the mid-July or so, the weather was just pretty terrible, and also may have impacted their fishing as well. And also the compounding that along with the new length weight relationship, this may have all added to and contributed to an underage in this area this year. And just to go over effort in 3A for the last 10 years, again, this is measured in angler days. There was a small decrease in 2014 when the CSP was implemented. And then we can also see that there was quite a big drop in effort in 2020. 2021 actually ended up being the highest
effort year since 2008, but 2022 appears to be more consistent with years prior to 2020.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if you might have anything else to add, but I'm trying to align the underage that you show on slide 6 with the pretty strong effort. I mean, really the strongest effort with the exception of 2021 on slide 7. And so reasons for the underage associated with fuel prices or people not coming up to take trips, that doesn't sound quite right when I look at the effort table. Is there anything else that came up at the charter committee? Are people still making trips but not finding fish? What is the explanation for that?
Right. Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I believe it is an interesting aspect that there is this underage, even though there wasn't as a significant drop in effort. It could be due to that, like going out on trips, but not having the same kind of fishing success. And again, that length weight relationship compounding that aspect of it, that the larger fish are weighing slightly less. So all of that added up together could contribute to and this underage that we're seeing. And I want to add to that.
Ms. Kimball, another thing that needs to be taken into consideration is yes, the effort was relatively high, but when we're projecting effort for the coming year for area 3A, we use the effort that's occurred that current year when we're projecting effort. And so in 2022, we closed 2 additional days. So we would have expected effort to go down a little bit, but certainly not as much as it did when we're actually looking at these tables and looking at those numbers.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, but there's no way, Sarah, to obviously pull that out, differentiate how much was based on our management measures versus either the length weight relationship or difficulty in finding fish. Okay.
Oh. We could look at the amount of effort that was not there relative to what we projected, and that's not something that we've actually looked at thus far, but we could compare those effort projections. We would also need to compare the HPUE projections and the average weight projections, and then do that by sub area as well to really start teasing apart all of the different factors that contributed.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both. I will ask a question that I think may help answer some of the questions before that, because I can't just tell you why, because we only ask questions. So my question for you is, do you think that if the IPHC survey in area 3A was down by 37%, and the weight per unit of effort on the survey was down 41%, that might result in the lower harvest from the 3A charter fleet?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for reminding us of that. That also the shift in distribution or the apparent shift in distribution of halibut out of 3A as a result of what we've seen as a result of the survey, the IPHC survey, that could also contribute to this underage and this decreased harvest in 3A.
Well done, Mr. Mesereau. Before we move on, Hilton Security is asking if anybody has a black SUV that got stuck at the top of F Street and 3rd last night near the inlet parking lot to please get in touch with them, I suppose. And we promise not to look if you walk out right now. Ms. Pullman.
Okay, and now we'll look at just this slide, which looks at the number of businesses and vessels in the 2 regions, just to give a sense of those 2 metrics for those areas. And These tables show the number of businesses and vessels that reported halibut harvest in logbooks in the recent 10 years, all since the CHP limited access program was established. 2C businesses have consistently remained around, there's been around 250 in the area, except for 2020. And there's a similar trend in 2C with the number of vessels that have halibut harvest hovering in the low to mid 500s. As for 3A, the number of businesses has been on a somewhat downward trend over the last 10 years, though in the most recent years has remained relatively stable except for 2020. 3A, the number of vessels in 3A has remained relatively flat since 2013, and again, except for 2020. And the next two slides show the unguided halibut removals just as a comparison. And this is a plot of unguided removals since 2006. And these are all based on the statewide harvest estimates and has includes discard mortality starting in 2014. And the trend has remained relatively flat through 2019, except for, of course, 2020 again. 2021 is our final estimate, which was an estimate of 1.163 million pounds of removals. And then the 2022 bar is preliminary data. And this is for 2C. And then for 3A, the trend has also kind of remained relatively flat through 2019, but has appeared to decrease in recent years. And again, 2021 is a final estimate of removals of 1.398 million pounds. And the 2022 data results are preliminary. We use port sampling data for the year and time series forecasts, use port sampling data for the year for the average weight data, and then use time series forecasts for the harvest. And we've excluded the 2020 data in that forecast, just because it was fairly unusual. And the estimate for 3A for 2022 is 1.201 million pounds. And now we're going to go into the analysis of management measures for 2023, but I thought I would pause briefly and see if there's any questions before we continue on.
I don't see any.
Okay. All right, so we'll go over the charter allocations, or the considerations for the charter allocations for 2023. We do not currently know the allocations for 3A and 2C for 2023. Those will be determined at the IPHC's annual meeting in January. And in the past, the reference allocations were based on IPHC's interim management procedure. However, that procedure has since expired, and so there is no distribution procedure in place to determine allocations at this time. And so we recommend that we recommended to the committee and also to council that there should be some contingencies for potentially higher or lower allocations than we've looked at here. And because of a lack of an interim management procedure, we have used the 2022 allocations for 3A and 2C as our reference point in this analysis. And just to highlight, all the 2023 forecasts use the updated area specific length weight relationships throughout the analysis. Also, as I mentioned, we use the 2022 allocations as the main reference point for this analysis, but we were provided these numbers by Ian Stewart at the IPHC as a way to kind of bookend some of the analyses that we've looked at. So these are numbers that, these are the ranges that would have come out of previous interim management agreements for 2C and 3A. And we expect that the range of TCEYs will fall, or this is, these are within the range of TCEYs we would expect for the two areas. And we'd expect the distributions to lie in between these two agreements. So these are just some other reference points to keep in mind when we reviewed the results from the analysis. If there's any questions. So I'll start with 2C. First, we're going to go over the status quo forecast for the area, and this corresponds with table 2C4 in the document, in the analysis document. We estimated that there will be a harvest of 80,402 halibut in 2C. The 95% confidence interval ranges from 76,772 to 84,032 halibut. And the effort, the data that we used to forecast effort for 2C, we used a range of data between 2009 and 2019, and then 2021 and 2022. So we just dropped 2020 because it was such an unusual year. And the harvest per unit effort, or HPUE, forecast used data from since 2009, but we dropped both 2020 and 2021 as the HPUE appeared to increase a bit for both years, and so seemed appeared to be a bit of an outlier. So we dropped both of those years from that forecast, and may have been related to changes in the size limits in the area. And this also corresponds with figure 2 in the analysis document, which plots this data over the time series. And just as a reminder of what the regulations were in 2C for charter vessels, there was a 1 fish bag limit and a reverse slot limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. The projected average weight for 2C, for halibut in 2C, was 10.13 pounds. And so our analysis showed that using just the status quo regulations for the upcoming year, we would estimate the removals to be 0.867 million pounds. And this can be found in table 2C5 in the document. So that was the what we expect for the status quo regulations for the upcoming year. The other management measures that we looked at for 2C included the following. We looked at a reverse slot limit with a range of 35 to 50 inches on the low end, and 50 to 80 inches on the high end, which includes the status quo regulations of a U40 080 reverse slot limit. We also looked at a reverse slot limit with, again, a range of 35 to 50 inches on the low end, and then 80 inches on the high end, and analyzed with a day of the week closure starting from the end of the season after September 15th, and then working towards the beginning of the season before May 15th for each day of the week. We also looked at a reverse slot limit with 35 to 50 inches on the low end and 80 inches on the high end, and then analyze a 2-day of the week closure. And for each day of the week that was closed, the second day would have at least 2 open days in between. So for example, a Monday, excuse me, a Monday and a Thursday, Monday and a Friday. And start at the end of the season after September 15th, and then work towards the beginning of the season. And then finally, we looked at all of these management measures, but also with a combination of an annual limit of 2 fish and 3 fish. So quite a few there. And this table summarizes what we found in our analysis. I won't go through all of the results individually, but if anyone has any questions about any specific management measure results, we'd be happy to talk about that. But overall, the management measures all had options, or the analysis that we did showed that there were options under all of the management measures that we looked at that would come under that 0.82 million pound allocation, except for this, excuse me, except for the status quo regulations. And this is true for all these measures, and then also all of the measures with an annual limit of 2 fish or 3 fish combined with those management measures. And just to go over some considerations or some things to keep in mind with all of these different management measures or potential management measures. A few things to keep in mind with day of the week closures. When we are analyzing a day of the week closure, we assume that all harvest on that day will be eliminated if it's closed, and that it won't be and will be is considered a maximum reduction. And we have no way of being able to anticipate whether that effort will shift to a different day of the week. So there's a substantial amount of latent capacity in 2C when considering the number of CHPs in the area and anglers authorized on those CHPs and the actual length of the open season. And so again, we just don't know how this would translate to vessel or business or guide availability in peak season. But certainly from a permit standpoint, there is latent capacity there and may shift to a different day of the week, but we don't have a way of tracking that. And so, and also the actual effects are likely to be variable by sub area, the business model, and the client's ability to rebook. And by business model, I mean, especially in 2C, we have a lot of lodges in that region, and compared to other ports also within 2C that are more day trip based. So there's a lot of change in effort there that we wouldn't be able to track with a day of the week closure. With an annual limit from a data analyst perspective, it's a good tool because there's not many assumptions. And so we have relatively high confidence in the outcomes. And there's less of a chance, if not kind of eliminates the possibility of a shift of an effort. Because once you reach your annual limit, you're done for the year in terms of harvesting halibut. And the effect of an annual limit can be variable by sub area as well. And this corresponds with table 2C6 in the document. And as an example, there's relatively little effect on catch can businesses or anglers because few people there are harvesting more than 2 fish compared to another sub area like Glacier Bay, where lots of people or appears that more people there are harvesting 4 or more fish. So an annual limit would impact them more substantially. And the effect of an annual limit is more moderate at 3 fish, and you see a more significant impact when you limit it to 2 fish. And then in addition, with or another thing to consider with an annual limit is that regulations with annual limits would require a recording requirement of some sort. And just to keep in mind as well, the uncertainty in harvest forecast, we excluded 2020 and 2021 from the HPUE data due to the fact that these years, both of these years appear to be somewhat outside the trend of other years. And so decided to drop that from the forecast. And to see the effort in harvest has been the highest they've been since 2013. But things are still kind of settling since 2020. So there's still a bit of uncertainty looking forward in terms of anticipating the amount of effort for both regions, really. And our 4th bullet point here is that we recommended to the committee to narrow the focus of future measure analyses. And overall, there were many options that likely that lie within the range of allocations for 2023. And I'm going to go over 3A next, but I didn't know if there were any questions.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering a little bit about the years used for your effort projections and why, I guess the rationale for going back as far as 2009. We can't see that on our graph. It stops at, or it starts at 2013. It seems like there's been kind of a steady increase in effort over the last 10 years. So I guess why look that far back in your forecast at this point?
Through the chair, the rationale for going back to 2009, looking towards. Through the chair, Mr. Drobnica, this is something that has been done for quite a few years now, and it really has to do with the fact that 2009 is the first year in Area 2C that we went to a 1 fish bag limit. So it potentially is a little bit longer time series than we would need to use, but that's when we started really seeing things shift. The other thing to keep in mind is that these time series forecasts do rely more heavily on more recent data. So the 2009 data or the 2010 data, they're probably not weighting. In fact, they're certainly not weighting very heavily into the forecast. They're just included to help pick up any trend if there is a trend that goes back. And I believe that figure 2, or if you're looking at areas 2C and 3A, figures 2 and 3 in the document, they'll be right at the end of the document, should have the time series going back to 2009 for area 2C, and I believe it goes back to 2006 for 3A. So for area 3A, we use a little bit longer time series because of
the lack of change in regulations that really shifted the effort projections.
Ms. Bowman.
There we are. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to go over the same points for 3A. First, go over the status quo forecast for 3A. We estimated that the forecast for 2023 in 3A would be 169,046 halibut. The confidence interval range is 163,678 to 174,414 halibut. And we used just the 2022 effort for forecasting for 3A, and kind of building off of what we were just speaking about. The reason for that is because the regulations in 3A have been variable enough in the last few years that we felt that 2022, for estimating a status quo forecast, 2022 would be the best comparable data to use for forecasting for 2023. And the HPUE forecast used data through 2019 and includes 2022. So again, 2020 and 2021 were dropped for similar reasons that and the reasons we dropped it for the 2C forecast as well. These correspond, or this corresponds with figure 3 in the analysis document for effort in HPUE. And additionally, for 3A analysis, we looked at the proportion of second fish in harvest by sub area as well. So that is shown in figure 4 in the document. And the status quo regulations for 3A are a 2 fish bag limit, 1 of any size, 1 less than or equal to 28 inches. There's 1 trip per vessel per day and per charter halibut permit per day. All Wednesdays are closed to retention of halibut, as well as 2 Tuesdays being closed to retention of halibut. Excuse me. And the forecast of removals using the status quo regulations is 2,023,000 million pounds of removals for this region. And these were the management measures that we analyzed for 3A. We looked at maximum size limit of 26 to 32 inches on 1 fish, combined with 1 or more Tuesday closures from June 1st to August 31st, or for the entire season. We also looked at a maximum size limit of 26 to 32 inches on 1 fish, combined with 1 or more Tuesday closures from June 1st to August 31st, or the entire season. And then also an additional close day of Monday or Thursday. And we looked at a maximum size limit on 1 fish with the same range, 26 to 32 inches, with annual limits of 2 to 4 fish. Looked at a maximum size limit on 1 fish combined with annual limits and Tuesday closures. Also looked at status quo with all days of the week open in a season closure prior to May 16th or June 1st and after July 31st. And then also a maximum size limit of 26 to 32 inches on 1 fish, combined with 1 or more Wednesday closures from June 1st through August 31st, or for the entire season. And just to note that these management measures also include the status quo of the limits on vessel trips and CHPs used in a day. And then unless otherwise noted, like where we looked at variable Wednesday closures, Wednesday closures were included in the other analyses. So in general, this table summarizes whether there were options within the 2022 allocation of 2.11 million pounds for each of the analyses done for those management measures. And for each option, there were for each management measure that we looked at, there were options available that were under that 2.11 million pound allocation. And there were also looking at those ranges based on that Dr. Ian Stewart provided to us. There would be options within those ranges as well. And similar to the 2C management measure analyses, just some things to keep in mind about these different types of management measures. So again, when we looked at day of the week closures, we assumed that all harvest would be eliminated on those days that are closed and so is considered a maximum reduction. However, there is a substantial amount of latent capacity in 3A. And so the actual effects of the day of the week closure could be lower if people are able to rebook on alternate days. But again, we have no way of tracking that. As for, excuse me, annual limits, again, we have relatively high confidence in those outcomes. And the effects are variable by sub area. So for example, there's little effect in Whittier where very few people are harvesting more than 2 fish, but there may be more of an effect on anglers in Kodiak where people are harvesting, there's more people harvesting 5 or more fish in that area. And there's little effect of in terms of how many anglers it impacts. There's little effect of a 4 fish annual limit. And then we see more of an impact when you when looking at a 3 fish annual limit or 2 fish annual limit. But still a considerable number of people don't harvest more than 2 fish. And again, the annual limits would require a recording requirement of some sort. And annual limits have been used in 3A before from 2015 to 2019. And during that time, 0.2 to 1% of anglers violated annual limits in those years. So pretty small number. Same aspects of or same considerations of uncertainty in harvest forecasts to keep in mind for the upcoming year. And that we also recommended to the committee to have a narrower focus for future measure analyses as well. And in summary, there were many options that were within the allocation of 2.11 million pounds for 3A from our results. Okay. Oh, oops. And that brings us to the end of our presentation and just some acknowledgements to everybody who has assisted us in collecting this data, cleaning the data, analyzing the data. It's quite a time crunch at the end of the year. So we really appreciate everybody's extra hours that they've put in these last few weeks. And I'll take any other questions people may have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, Ms. Webster. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
I do have a question. And it's about the day of the week closure. So I think that the day of the week closures have not been tested in Southeast Alaska, and the nature of the businesses in Southeast are that they're lodge based, right? So someone books 5 days of fishing, they close a day, they're still sort of captive at that lodge. So it would be more likely, in my estimation, that they would potentially rebook on another day. Where in 3A, my question for you is, we have had day of the week closures as the primary means to control harvest for like the last 4 or 5 years. So even though we don't know how many people rebook, we do know that when we close days of the week, the harvest goes down. Is that a fair statement for the council to consider?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, my reaction is that that would be a kind of fair thing to look at, that we have had in 3A have had these consistent day of the week closures and have seen a slight decrease in effort. It's just hard to tease out if it's specifically because of the day of the week closure. It could be for myriad factors. I think we would just potentially draw the line at saying it's definitively because of day of the week closures, but that would be the that's certainly the effect we're going for. I don't know if there's
Thank you.
anything to add.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. For either of you, my question was maybe too similar to Mr. Mesereau's, but are we getting better at isolating the effect of some of these measures? Annual limits, we've done a great job for that, but on either the day of the week closures or even on the size restrictions, it seems like we're hitting the targets pretty well, especially given the challenging nature of this analysis when you don't even have an allocation to shoot for. But I as an analytical process, are we getting better at, trying to isolate the effect of any of these measures?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I believe, yes, we are getting better at isolating it. It's just, again, it's just, I think any data analyst or scientist is hesitant to make extremely conclusive statements of this is exactly the effect we're going for, but it appears over time that that we are working towards those decreased effort goals or targets that we're going for. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball, I think the word that's concerning me a little bit in there is isolating, and it's pretty hard to isolate the effect of any of these management measures, but the suite of management measures that we're using together do seem to be effective. So we are getting pretty close to our targets, but I don't know that we necessarily have any ability to isolate things and say, yes, it's definitely because of the size limits or because of the day of the week closures. The annual limits are pretty good because we really can see that, people aren't harvesting more than X number of fish. So that's about the best tool that we have that we can isolate if we're really thinking about isolating.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the response. And so it seems like when we get close to an allocation, we want to be as projected to be as close as we can. We throw another day of the week closure at it. And so we must think it has some incremental effect. Is there anecdotal information coming through Fish and Game or maybe through the committee about, the ability to rebook or the ability to have the effect? We just haven't heard that in a while, whether that's a real or perceived effect. What are people doing?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I actually don't know that we've heard much about that through the committee recently. We actually were just having a bit of conversation earlier today. And I guess anecdotally, even from our own experience as analysts and speaking with council staff, if you go down to Homer, for example, during the peak season, it's impossible to find a charter to go on at the last minute. Everybody's always saying that they're full. I mean, I think that we've actually, now that I'm saying we haven't heard a lot of anecdotal information, I think we've heard from quite a few of the charters recently that they're pretty booked up all the time. So, you know, I think from that standpoint, we can be fairly certain that closing a day of the week is, you're eliminating that potential because people are otherwise booked up all the time anyway.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more clarification. Now that we've sold this entire council on how valuable annual limits are and how great they are, would you like to discuss the fact that they're listed as the last priority for both sectors and that there was discussion in the committee about that's the most damaging and least favorable management measure for the charter industry? Or I think maybe that would be a good clarification to make for this council, since they're the ones that decide which management measures we use. It's important to give both sides of that so we don't end up sending people down a rabbit hole that would be very unfavorable for the industry.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Yes, I hope to not put any kind of emphasis really on annual limits. It's strictly just from our perspective of looking at numbers of, you know, having good confidence in those outcomes. As for your points about whether it's actually practical, that's an entirely different conversation. Yeah, so that did come out of the committee discussions, that this was not really in terms of a management measure, it's not the top priority. Where both regions were looking more at day of the week closures, size limits, because of the practicalities of an annual limit, how that would impact businesses like lodges or any business really. It's the less favorable option. So apologize if it appears that we're not advocating for any one over the other. It's more just from our perspective of data wrangling. That's why we bring those points up.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sort of following along the lines of Mr. Mesereau's questioning. What entity would be bearing the burden of the managing the annual limit data collection? Would it be the state or the federal government?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I believe it would have to be, previously it's been a recording requirement on fishing licenses. So it'd be up to Fish and Game, to the state, to track that.
I'm thinking if you had to mark down how many fish you caught on annual limit, somebody'd have to keep track of that.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I will just add that because we have logbook data, the state has been responsible for reporting annual limit violations in the past. That's something, when annual limits have been in place, that we have reported to the council. Violations have been between 0.2 and 1% of anglers, and I think between like 0.5% and maybe 1.5% of the harvest overall. And we are able to track those violations regardless of the number of licenses that somebody has purchased. So, you know, if one person purchases 3 different licenses and tries to violate the annual limit that way, we do have unique identifiers, so we can identify that one person has gone over their annual limit.
Yeah, thank you. That'd been a part of the next part of the question. So thank you for your help.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bowen, I'm back on your slide 13. So you were, I think, pretty careful to acknowledge the uncertainty involved in what may come out of IPHC in terms of the TCUI limits. I think you may have used the term bookends when you referred to this, suggesting that it would not be below the 41.2 million pounds, nor above the higher number. But isn't it the case that it could be beyond that, could potentially be lower or higher?
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, yes, we can't say for sure what is going to come out of the IPHC meeting in January. So that's yeah, it could lie outside those bookends as well. But So we'll just have to wait and see what happens in, in January.
Thanks for the clarification.
Any further questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take our Charter Halibut Committee report. Ms. Marinan will tell me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Well, my PowerPoint's coming up. I'll just start presenting. I just have a few slides for the committee report. So the Charter Halibut Management Committee had its 2 annual meetings. The first meeting occurred virtually October 21st. And in this meeting, as we typically do, the committee received the final estimates of the Charter Halibut removals for 2021 and preliminary estimates for 2022. And then the committee members recommended management measures for analysis, which is what you just heard ADF&G staff presenting. So then at our December 7th meeting that occurred last week, the committee met again in a hybrid setting, so in person, and some members were virtual, and we reviewed the ADF&G analysis on those requested management measures. And the committee provided recommendations on a preferred range of management measures for 2023. And both of the e-agendas to those committee meetings are listed on your e-agenda, so you can access all the materials from the meeting. The rest of my presentation is just going to focus on the report from our most recent meeting. So the committee had a short question and comment period on electronic logbook program with Ben Jevons, who's the program coordinator for the ADF&G guide registration and saltwater logbook program. Electronic logbooks are mandatory for Area 2C, but not for operators in Area 3A, but they are available in 3A. And the committee had a number of questions and some discussion around electronic logbooks, and the intention is to circle back in October with any issues or questions from committee members and others that came up over the 2023 season. And there's contact information for Ben on the slide and in our report. Kurt Iverson with National Marine Fisheries Service mentioned that the guided angler fish report for 2022 is available. And just briefly, that report shows gaff use up, especially in 2C, where it's been more popular. The per pound prices were the highest they've been. And then he noted that the conversion rate is lower, showing that people have been using gaff for smaller fish in some cases. And then he mentioned that electronic charter halibut permit registration is also coming soon. The committee received some public comment and had some discussion around the policy of having different management measures for guided and unguided anglers and the topic of rental boats. And just briefly, the council has previously considered what it would take to regulate unguided rental boats differently. There's difficulty in identifying unguided rental boats, and some members within the discussion felt rental boats still pose a significant challenge for halibut management.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Marinan. What are they seeing in the data, the members who still see the significant challenge? I mean, I understand theoretically it's always there, but are they seeing anything in the data that indicates a current problem with rental boats with unguided charters or unguided rental boats?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think one of the challenges is we don't really have data on the harvest from unguided rental boat sector. I think the challenge in the previous papers when the council's looked at this is there isn't a clear way to identify that as a subsector of unguided harvest. I think the last data that I've seen of unguided halibut harvest, I think in both areas, the yield from the unguided